Alright, good morning everybody. Welcome back to the show. I'm your charming, self-proclaimed, yet still humble host, Mukluk, and we are back in Age of Wonders 4. It has been a little bit since we last played it, and since then, they have released a DLC and a free update for that DLC, Secrets of the Archmages, and also the Sprite update. So it's time we revisit the game and see what they have added. For anyone who has not seen us play this on this channel before, we have got many playthroughs of Age of Wonders 4 on the Mukluk Plays YouTube channel, if anyone's interested in that. But we are going to start a new one. And I am thrilled to see they added new story realms. I believe the last one or two DLCs didn't have new story realms. So we basically played like the new race and stuff just on an existing level. TK and Gaming, thank you guys for the primes. Appreciate the support. Let's see. So I'm guessing it's that one, then that one, then that one, because this one is 3 skulls. So Burrows down. Follow the Fey guide Dawnusk. You venture to the Fey realm Duatha to rescue Hambinger from the Duatha Day. Okay. Is Chip nearby? He is in the living room right now. Alright, so we'll select that map. Okay. Let's see, what do we got? Burrowed realm. Live in burrows dug beneath hilly landscape. Mountains are rare, hills are common, free cities are only in the underground. All free cities and marauders have animal forms. Warped seasons. The seasons are unusually potent on this realm, causing constant change and turmoil. Each season, a part of the land is terraformed into different climes and province features. Each season, different weather effects are active. Units become vulnerable to blight, fire, lightning, or frost depending on the season. Mistwalkers have invaded the realm, setting up a permanent military presence. Shrouded Isles. Ancient gates are scattered throughout the realm. They lead to floating isles in a mysterious dimension where powerful Gaudier hid away their most prized secrets. No start... What? No starting city. I have never played a realm with no starting city. I didn't know that existed. Peaceful lands. This realm features mostly benevolent spirits and creatures, fey, plant, and animal units. Alright, normal difficulty.
Your journey starts here.
New faction.
What is your people's form?
Okay, to my knowledge, there's one new race that's been added, and it's Owl people. Just for the folks that have not seen this game before, this is mostly cosmetic, but there's human, elves, owls, rabbits, Elysians, ancients, monkeys, ogres, bugs, siren, let's see, goats, wolves, birds, lizards, orcs, dwarves, halflings, goblins, felines, rats, toads, and moles. Lots of options here. So we'll pick the new one, owls. They start with a bonus to magic attacks and cannot be flanked unless the unit is distracted. But we can change that, which is why I said it's mostly cosmetic. Okay. Let's go to that. Fast recuperation is one of my favorites. It lets them heal for much more each turn that passes, so more recovery means you can fight more often. Could get Mount Masters for cavalry. Could maybe keep Arcane Focus. Let's select that.
What is their origin culture?
So they start with Wolf Melt. Okay. Is there a new culture? It doesn't look like it. I'm looking at the options over here on the right. Only new is Reaver has been reworked and split in 2. Ah, I see. Let's see. Imperial, your people know themselves to be the pinnacle of civilization, and thus all lesser domains are theirs to conquer. Gain war spoils from fighting, raiding, and conquering free cities. Use spoils to empower cities. No Imperium income from war without war justification. Ranged units are specialized in focusing down targets marked by melee through focused aggression. Federate, your people believe all nations are stronger together through strength and diplomacy. All shall share in the prosperity of their federation. Gain favors from defeating marauders, destroying infestations, and maintaining supreme vassalage with free cities. Use favors to improve the allegiance of your vassals, rush war coordination, trade with free cities, and recruit from Rally of the Lieges. Start with plus recruitment points, and units recruited from Rally gain Federate Levy. Attacks inflict enraged gauge by levies. Support abilities heal Federate soldiers target for 20% health. Your units gain Federate soldiers. Okay. So this is all about combining with like other cities, and this is about like taking them over. But we're starting on a map. We're playing a map where we don't even start with a city. So I don't know if this would be a good story to try these out. Let's see, what else do we got? DLC itself is more magic themed if you want to lean into that. Yeah. Yeah. You know what? I'm just gonna select something for a second just to get to the next screens. There's a couple things I want to see, so I'm just gonna skip ahead for a second. Okay, is there any new rulers? Wizard King, Dragon Lord, Eldritch, Giant, Vampire, Champion. No. Okay, there's not any new rulers. I believe there's 6 new tomes, it said on the ad for this. Okay, there's one. Tome of the Sprite. Okay. That's new. Gluttony. I think that's new. Abjuration. Remove negative effects. Buff a city. Cast magic shield on friendly units. What's this game genre? It is... I started to say RTS, but that's not entirely true. 4X turn-based strategy. But very fantasy-themed. Let's see. Has a base 120% chance of becoming pacified for 1 turn. Mage armor, abjure glyphs, brown shield, gaining precognition, total points through 60 and 30. Glyph tower. Alright, abjuration seems pretty decent. Sprite. Can make a Feywoods, summon Sprite, get Morning Sprite support units or Evening Sprite battle mage units. Captivating Lights. Catnap. Target friendly unit loses all their movement points, then heals by 1 per movement point lost. Feybond. On combat start, gain morale. Fairy Dust. Change to use Fairy Dust. Target unit has a 120% chance of becoming distracted, blind, or slowed for 1 turn, and it's free. Okay, the Fey Tome seems pretty nice. What's Gluttony? Target enemy unit becomes distracted for 1 turn, has a 90% chance of becoming stunned. Summon Gluttonous Imps, Magic Strikes, Regurgitate. Target enemy unit sustains damage, gets burning, and this has lifesteal. Demonic Hunger. Target race is charged with the infernal forces of Gluttony. When killing a non-combat summon enemy unit, gain a permanent stack of Gorged. At 10 stacks, this turns into Demonic Satiation. Demonic Satiation is +5 hit points and deal +2% damage. Okay, so 10 stacks of Gorge become Satiation, and Satiation stacks 10 times, so it would take 100 kills to fully stack this out. And then they would end up with 50 bonus max hit points and 20% bonus max damage. I'm wondering, does each individual unit have to get 100 kills? Or is it just like the race as a whole to stack this up? Corrupt Pact, target free city, has relations to other rulers reduced by 200, and you gain 80% of its food income. Oh wow, that's crazy. It's individuals. Infernal Jaws, if the enemy dies, adjacent friendly units heal 20 health. If they have Demonic Hunger or Imp's Hunger, gain Gorged. Okay. I think Tome of the Sprite's not bad. Alright, let's go back here.
What is their origin culture?
Is Mo playing chickens? Owl people were just added, so we're looking at that. So trying to lean into something more magic themed. I know Mystic and Dark both have some big magic blasts on their like battle mages. I think it's been longer since I played Mystic. I always found Mystic pretty difficult. It's like the troops are like a lot of glass cannons. Give it a shot though. Let's see, summoning. Your people are powerful summoners specializing in magical creatures. Experimental spellcasters seeking knowledge in the arcane. Combat spells are always overcharged the first time you use them in combat. Use spells to exploit arcane inspiration and gain an economic edge. Combat spells gain inspiration upon completing a combat in which the spell was used at least once. World map spells gain inspiration each use. Once a spell has gained maximum inspiration, it can be exploited, locking the spell away temporarily in return for the effects of its potential. The potential of each spell is randomly assigned, scaling with the tier of the spell. When a spell has been exploited and becomes available again, it will gain new potential. Culture units inflict dissonance with their attacks. Okay. And attunement. Starblades. Whenever a friendly spell is cast, this unit's base attack gains +1 damage based on the affinity of the thing. Stacks up 3 times. Collect astral echoes through exploration and research. Use echo casting to cast spells beyond normal limits. Echo casting allows the use of astral echoes to replace casting points, letting the user cast spells beyond their limit their casting points would otherwise allow. Tactical spells that cost more combat casting points than remain may substitute them with astral echoes. Strategic spells may be rushed while they are priming in the spellbook, costing echoes to substitute the remaining world map casting points. Let's give that a shot. Attunement.
What defines their society?
Let's see. I don't know if there's anything new here. Oh wow, Mystic can't take Fabled Hunters. That's like my most picked one. So Talented Collectors. Start with a magic material nearby. Thing is, we're not starting with a city. So I do not know if we're expected to build a city where we start, or if we're going to move a bit because of the story before we build our city. I don't recognize this. Empire of the Cosmos. Their study of the astral sea and the sources of magic make for an imposing empire. Having one of each affinity grants 20 mana. Tier 3 tomes have no affinity requirements. Having 2 of each affinity grants 20 knowledge. Tier 4 tomes have no affinity requirements, and having 3 of each affinity grants 20 Imperium. Tier 5 tomes have no affinity requirements. Start with an extra Astral Wisp. Huh. I've already got 3 affinities. I wonder if it's possible to get 2 more. Hello all. Hey Murph, what's up? Let's see. Actually, hold on. So if I get... I'm just going to select that for a second.
Choose your first tome of magic.
Alright, so if I start with the sprite, that would be a blue and a green.
What is your ruler's origin?
So... it would be a bit rough trying to get that. It's a Gifted Casters. Hermit Kingdom. All units gain mana addicted. Suffers -5 morale at the end of the turn if no spell was cast this turn. But when a friendly spell is cast, gain lifesteal for 1 turn. There's a new T5 tome, Tome of the Cosmos, that requires 3 of each affinity and 3 of these affinity to be at 6. Oh my goodness. If I wanted to try Empire of the Cosmos... then honestly it'd be easier if I started with not Mystic.
Culture?
So this is 2 of anything we want. This is green plus 1 of whatever we want. It's 2 industrial. Is a tricky one. Let's keep the Mystic and not go for the Empire of the Cosmos right now. It's gonna be difficult to try to do both of those at once. Okay. What else have we got? Casters an extra spell. Mana Channelers. Magic Origin units gain more XP. Summoning spells cost 50% less mana. Start with an extra Magic Origin unit. Spring Seafarers. No, we don't want that because we're mostly going to be underground. Subterranean Society. Underground passages grant +2 Imperium. Underground cities gain more food income. Excavation of underground provinces has a chance of getting an additional research node. Let's get Subterranean Society. And... Devious Watchers is always pretty nice.
Choose your first.
Alright, Tome of the Sprite. Okay, what's your ruler's origin? So, none of these are new. Mountain Giant could give bonuses for being underground. Vampires would enjoy the underground as well. Champion is pretty nice. If we're leaning heavily into magic, maybe the classic Wizard King would be good. I haven't played Wizard King in a long time. Honestly, Wizard King's probably my least favorite.
Yourself.
Let me see what we can do here. Looks weird when it's tall. Let's see. Select a class. Do Ritualist. Arm length. Big long gorilla arms. Looking like ground hoots. Yeah, I guess so. Oh wow, now you really see that arm length. Oh my goodness. Let's shorten that a little bit. Let's remove the hood. How does he look with a wizard hat? Alright, what is this? It's like cape. I'll take it. Let's see. Starting equipments. Does Druid Staff still have the free sap strength? Yes, it does. Alright. Take that. I'm just switching between games. Do you ever get the controls and story mixed up? Controls sometimes, yeah. If it's been a long time since I played something, sometimes I fumble with the controls, yes. Oh, what is this? Oh. Yo, look at that thing. It's like a whole little pocket dimension in there. That's neat. Yeah, sometimes when a DLC comes out for a game, I find it easier just to, like, replay the game from the beginning to remember how to play it. But sometimes that takes a really long time, and I'm not willing to do the time commitment. Like Kingdom Come Deliverances 2's DLC or Expedition 33. Like, I would need to replay them from scratch, and that would just take so long.
Your journey begins.
First name, Muckbird. Alright. Now, there is a risk of, you know...
While the great Umbral War raged on, exhausting Mage Haven's Gaudier and their allies, other forces, both forgotten and new, stirred in the shadows, silently exploiting this opportunity to challenge the established balance of power. Chief among those rising forces were the Mistwalkers, Watherday, who were dreaded for their raids, called the Toll of Seasons, throughout the Astral Sea. The Mistwalkers had become more active than ever before, dragging the populations of entire worlds to their fey realm of Duatha. And unlike in the past, they no longer left the raided lands, instead establishing permanent presences watching over the spreading mists. Rumors of Godir, captured and turned by the Fey Lords to carry out their sinister orders, were whispered in fear, even in the untouchable towers of Magehaven. In the wake of these rumors, a solitary sprite called Dornusk emerged from Duatha, searching the worlds within for a Godir who would answer his plea for help.
Hey, look, it's the tree
For
of
the legendary
birds. How are you
adventurer
today?
and storyteller Hambinger had fallen victim to the toll of seasons and been brought before the Duatha for judgment. Trust was scarce for the words of a Fae in these times of fear, and Dornusk had to rely on his elusive Fae magic to escape the anger of many a wizard who would try to capture or kill him. But at last, the sprite found a bold Godir willing to venture into the Fae realm and rescue Hambinger. So they took a deep breath, strode into a Fae fissure, and plunged into the mists of Duatha.
Alright, so starting without a city. You start with Magic Shield, Captivating Lights, and Wayfinder enchantment. Still befuddled by the flurry of sensations within the Fey Fissure, you hear the chittering voice of your Fey guide, Dornusk, prancing around you. No time to sleep, no time to peep. Make haste, Master Wizard, don't waste your breath. Deep in Duatha, the slow find death. The words sputter from Dornusk's mouth like water from a fountain. Anxiously fluttering up and down, the little sprite awaits a reaction. We mustn't stay in the mist. They see, they find, they twist. Our lords they love to play, we are the pawns and must obey. While Dornusk's chatter goes on, you reflect on the dangerous path ahead. Luckily, you brought some specialists. While you have no throne city, you must protect your ruler at all costs. Gain a Spellbreaker, an undead minion, an elemental spirit, or a war golem. Okay, so these are all tier 3 units. This one, pew pew pews. This one is a skeletal thing that charges. Elemental spirit just charges them and punches them. War golem is a melee mage? I'll try the tireless construct. Swift Master Wizard to the shelter, go. Dornusk's friends dwell near in their cozy burrow. While Dornusk, through movements and gestures, continues to hurry you along, he tells you more about these friends waiting ahead. Pelari have fur, feather, claw, tail, snout, beak, paw. From Duatha's oldest dreams they came. They brought her joy, she gave them names, but oh nasty things did the Fae woe betide. Remaining in Pelari in the caverns now hide. They do not grudge, they do not judge, the little sprite ends his speech. Pelari welcome all in their comfy halls. Oh, that's the war golem. It's a big scorpion thing. Oh, now we're losing mana each turn because it gave me a magic unit. Set research. We have no research speed. So we're going to be bleed resources for 3 or 4 turns while we're heading over here. As you continue to follow Donos through the fogged tunnels, a rejuvenating breeze carries the smell of fresh leaves into the underground. "O spring," Donosk begins to chant, while mushrooms and moss sprouts in large patches where the wind had touched the barren stone. "New life you bring, you sprang, you sprung, tickled my tongue, then like a bee stung. Flung your poisonous dung while the birds sung to the morning still young. The sprite giggles, blissfully looping the loop. The seasons they fly," Donosk explains, still chuckling, "on Dewatha winter is always nigh. The warp seasons happening is active on this realm, terraforming the map and impacting units and provinces with varying global effects per season. We must learn to adapt to this ever-shifting realm." Entering the large cavern with the supposed Polari hideout, the mists briefly clear, revealing a terrible scene. Ravaged and caved in, the burrows of the Polari smolder in the dim darkness. Pale figures patrol the pathways, rounding up the surviving Polari and forcing them into cages like animals. At the heart of the gutted hideout, a crude encampment has been raised, adorned with the skull of a stag, dreaded symbol of the Mistwalkers and their scourges. Moments later, the area becomes shrouded again, but you have seen enough. The Mistwalkers have arrived here first. You receive knowledge. Shaken by the destruction of the hideout, Donosk sobs while his skin and wings begin to change colors. "Poor friends, here it ends," he whines, growing increasingly purple. "Donosk failed, now the Pale Ones will take us, break us." "No," he suddenly calls out with renewed fervor, and his eyes flash up like ghost lights. "We take them, break them, strangle their throats, mangle their coats, sinew and bones stashed below stone." Donosk's voice sharpens, like a cold wind piercing through a shelter's cracks. "Vile walkers will kneel, peel, squeal, beweep their ordeal." Completing his eerie transformation, Donosk is determined to take on the Mistwalkers and liberate his Polari friends. He is now an evening sprite. The new story realm, Yasariel's Fallen Form, took me so long to finish. Oh yeah? Destroy the Mistwalker camp. Open creature cages to bolster your ranks. Hang on. I'm gonna save the game here. Alright, I'll just take that. I'm just gonna auto it because I'm scared if I do it on manual. There was a unit on the enemy side that has an ability called like Circle of Life or something, and it's a chance to instantly kill the target. So playing it on manual is kind of like a dice roll, and it could go way worse. With the Mistwalkers vanquished, the surviving Polari gather around you, curious and grateful. One of them, a mole, speaks up. "Friendly hero, you are our savior," he calls out, shaking his own hands in uncontrollable joy. "The Pale Ones do us ill. See, poor Maple here got his paws scratched and Sunshine's fur got all squeezed when she was stuffed into that awful cage. And when all the others," the mole peeks at the scene of destruction, but quickly turns his head back, smiling again. "Our rescue must be celebrated," he concludes with irritating elation. "Do you fancy some honey brew and blackberry pies?" Say nothing, baffled. In this moment, Donosk joins the conversation. He's back to his happy self again, scurrying and chattering. "A feast is good," he says, "but not so soon. How would you feast without cup or spoon? A new shelter is needed, sturdy and tall, to work quick while we dance at nightfall." "Donosk," the mole calls out in excitement, "come, let me cuddle your cheeks, you little snugglebug." What? After an extensive hug, he continues, "You're right, my friend. We cannot live in this rubble and must reach the surface. The Pale Ones have concealed the path upwards, but their magic is lifted. Great hero," the mole explains, turning back to you, "we will shape our new home to your designs. This city in your honor, how should we adorn it?" Receive gold, receive mana, receive Imperium. Mana, because if our mana hits 0, we're gonna lose some troops. Okay, so that leads up above. Alright. Your troops have forced open a cage of mistwalkers and freed another Polari. Praise be the good season, exclaimed the Sunderer with great elation. We were sure as shucks that we'd arrived up in Feylord's stew. Thank you, stranger, my kin are ever at your service. They join your ranks. Okay. We get an archer. Alright, so opening up these cages gives us all kinds of various troops here. Alright, and then the town. Start with plus food stuff. Ruler leveled up. And let's get rejuvenates. Does that solve the mana issue? Well, now that we have a city, we're no longer, we were at like minus 60 gold per turn, now we're at plus 40, and we were like minus 30 or 40 mana, now we're at minus 8. So, we're doing much better. On the early misty morrow, a bloodied Polari errant appears before you in great distress. Letting her into your new court, she quickly relates ill tidings. Master Hero, word of your heroic arrival spread quickly after our Polari kin returned to their burrows, heaves the poor bloodied creature. But then most found our refuge besieged I tell you. Oh woe that sinister disciples of the dark Fey lords are now after our valiant leader, Mr. Hambinger, with a vengeance. For he, after freeing himself most dashingly from their clutches, became the champion of our struggles. With Mr. Hambinger's tactics, we have mounted a dashing insurgency against those vile disciples, but the tide is turning fast, the mistwalkers are at our doors. You must help us, oh please. You gain a wild speaker. Donus giggles as you turn to him for answers. The truth was known, the path was shown, Ham still needs rescue, is this not so? When Ham was come to Duatha lands, the Fey lords did him bind. Titters Donusk. They shackled him, they brought to trial with mockery in mind. But yeah, behold, our Giacidae wished that Ham would make escape, so touched was him by Milena sweet to lead the Polari scrape. Milena, oh Milena, my mistress our divine, she it is who Donusk made to seek you out in time. By channeling Duatha's dreams, Ham arose in Milena's whim. He must not fail, we must prevail, ere the Duatha day take him. If Hambinger is defeated, the mission is lost. Accept this quest reluctantly, weary of further fate trickery. What? Okay, so it just showed me 5 cities. The defensive line of the rebellion are holding. If Hambinger is defeated, the mission is lost. Okay. Let's retry that one, see if we can do it with no losses. Okay. This is weird, 'cause I've gotten so many different free units that belong to different factions. It's like what I've got is all over the place. what spells do we have? Captivating Lights and Magic Shield. Magic Shield is cheap. It's only 4 mana. I'm gonna let them... Oh! They can AoE me from back there? Okay, they're like all ranged. Alright. Stunning Flash damages adjacent enemy units. Cool, so they're stunned. They just lost a turn. Regen on him. Sap strength on those two. It landed on one of them. Missed that. Unfortunate. Let's use his teleport thing, and then fire the laser that way. You hit those. Move him here and do the AoE heal. Throw Javelin. And the downside here is I have to step into the fire patch I made to hit them. Ah, missed. Okay. Cool. So, took some damage, but no losses, which means it'll heal. We get a War Shaman. So, you join that group. So, I got 2 full stacks of units. Oh gosh, this one also. Okay. You come here. Alright, can't expand. Pastures. Alright, we're gonna have to clear that unit to get the pastures, but we're gonna want that, so we'll get that first. Usually at the start of campaigns, I'm having to, like, pump out a bunch of units. I guess we can make some scouts. But we're not having to do it as much this time because it's giving us so many different free units right at the beginning. dig there. New developments. Conduits production. Don't need either of those right now. Alright, end turn. The Mistwalker camp coming for you? Yeah. Excavated. Summon Sprite research is done. Enchanted Crow Companion. Spell ready to cast. We already have Wayfinder enchantment from the thing we started with. So if I summon another Sprite, I'll be bleeding mana even more. We can't do that right now. Vampire Spider Hatchling. It does eventually evolve into a tier 3 unit. I could try to hang on to it. Will you grant them mercy or attack? Discover how to carefully harvest the vines and allow them to leave afterwards. Gain 2 population. I'm gonna do that. So that's basically being able to expand twice right at the beginning, which is pretty huge. I want that gold vein, but if I build that there, they might... it's okay with it. The Mistwalker camp might send an attack to it, but I'll just have to deal with that. Alright, so grab this. And go... Nope, he's out of movement, okay. Alright, so we cleared that deposit, so we're getting that production now. This guy, put him on auto. Storehouse is done. Get the shrine for mana. Ruler leveled up. Let's get friendly units that we hit with the AoE heal get are regenerating for 3 turns. That's very, very massive in early combats. Aspirant Knight. Okay. All right. All right, Shrine is done building, so we're getting more mana regen now. Let's see, Evoker's Abode, Vendor. Let's get Evoker's Abode. And let's end turn there. So next on my goal is to take out this little army right here. And then you are going to excavate this, whatever's in there. Alright, so I've got 3 combat stacks now. Alright, that's gone. And that allows us to expand again because we got a bunch of food there. I want to check something. Where is... Let's see, Subterranean Society. Underground passage. You know, I thought it implied that we were going to be building in the underground. But we're not really. We just started there. So I feel like this was kind of wasted. Although we could still possibly excavate underground provinces. +2 Imperium. Okay, so that's an underground passage. So if I can absorb that into the city, we'll get +2 Imperium income. Alright, and turn. And, oh, that's right, everything changes. Court of Summer. While the heat of summer bedazzles your thoughts, your inner eye perceives visions of a macabre scene. You see long lines of frightened captives climbing the winding stairways hewn into an ancient rock formation. As they reach the last plateau, the Mistwalkers force their victims to enter a mist-flooded basin. Once the last captive has entered the mists, a dark face-song swells, while stone-carved effigies of the 4 Duathidae rise like columns from the ground, until they tower above all. O cunning regents upon Witherbloom's throne, the leader of the Mistwalkers calls out, render your judgment upon these unwilling offerings. Observe the outcome of this trial, unable to intervene. The eyes on the effigies of the Duathidae light up as their ominous voices pronounce a single word, worthy. From the mouth of each effigy, a stream of butterflies emerges, coalescing into one colorful swarm encircling the basin. The mists therein begin to waft more violently, like seething lava, and muffled gasps and screams can be heard. At last, the butterflies disperse and the figures inside the mist begin to move again, tottering. Yet, as the first captive steps out of the basin, you shudder. They are no longer captives, they have become mistwalkers. Silently, the transformed captives join ranks with the mistwalkers. From the moor of the mist, they reach out, ready to spread fear throughout the Burrow Downs. Okay, so a bunch of new camps have spawned. Area excavated, gold vein. Got an arbalest unit. You know what, there is a handful of nodes down here. I probably should come back down here and, like, make a city here. Respond to a hero's offer to join. Can I afford that right now? Spellblade, Defender, or Ritualist? That's cool that she's holding a book. I have no idea what that weapon is. Grimoire of Fire. 8 range. Oh, wow. I think that's a new item. I don't remember Grimoires. Let's try the Spellblade. Okay. You've discovered a More of the Mist. Provinces adjacent to this landmark will gain 5 food and 3 mana. A conduit in the province grants stability and food. A city with 3 provinces adjacent to this landmark gain access to tier 1, 2, and 3 Fey units. Meeting hard-pressed Hoplenberg. Hiding in their fortified burrows, the skittish Pilari at last recognize the familiar faces among your troops and send forth their leader, Cori Slitherdance. Bless the Lords of Plenty, Cori calls out overjoyed, hugging those who can't escape her reach. We heard of your grand feats against the Pale Ones in the undelightful, so very undelightful time of strife. You are surely looking for our heroic protector, Mr. Hambinger. You will find him down the tunnel west of Hoplenberg. But before you hurry along, he adds quickly, as if she truly feared your departure, I must insist that you taste our colorful eggplant salad. It's due time for luncheon after all. Inspect them. Alright, give Whispering Stone. Okay. Greeting all, what's the game? What's up, Corwin? This is Age of Wonders 4 newest DLC. So actually I have so many troops now, I cannot have them all in one army. Or 3 armies, even. Trade a bit of knowledge for a lot of food. Mace of Smiting. Put that on this unit. Patillo the War Mage. Alright, is there anything else here to excavate? No, so this whole chamber is as opened up as it can be. Alright, put you on Auto Explore. Crow Companion research done. Let's get... Fey Bond. We can expand again. Oh, and again. Okay. Set production, library this time. Can start casting Crow Companion. We are bleeding gold right now. I might need to... get rid of a unit or two. What tier unit is that Arbalest? It's tier 1. Alright, I'm not wild about this, but I'm going to disband that just to reduce the bleed on our money. Muck is playing as bird people? Mm-hmm. It's the newest race that they added to the DLC for Age of Wonders 4. Just steamroll them. Okay. Alright, all the bad stuff down here is gone. Alright, found a city. That's going to take a while. But this whole area is completely safe as long as we hold this entrance here. Discovered another ruler while concealed. Meet ruler. A mocking raptor screech announces the arrival of Soren Boltwing. Ugh, where do they keep finding such miserable riffraff? With unblinking eyes, Soren probes your mind. Fall rains down on all, especially to those who rise too recklessly. I have known plenty of Gaudier like you. Think you can resist the true masters of this land because you've squashed a couple of Mistwalkers, have you? Humph. You and wretched Polari rabble will change your tune soon enough. Scurry away before Luth's thunder, threatens Soren. You and those little dirt rodents will be mistfare before the splendor of me, Gaudier. I've set my sights on you. Lose Imperium to flatter him, or declare war. Maybe I'll fight him later, but let's do peace for now, because we don't really have a good foothold. Remain concealed. All right. Okay, shipyard will give gold income. Let's start on that. Your ruler leveled up. Initiate of Astral. While army leader, all non-hero units in the army gain attacks ignore up to 2 of the enemy's resistance. Let's get that, since we've got a lot of casters. And protective wild growth. And wild growth gives grace. Okay, scouts are going around picking up stuff still. Alright, don't know how tough that camp is. Let's save it. I think I could beat this without having to wait on the third army. Okay, we lost a unit. Alright, let's hit retry start on manual. So... a lot of us are blind? Blinding Sandstorm. At the end of the attacker's turn, 60% base chance of suffering blind. Every turn? Wow. That's unfortunate. So these guys can conjure an animal. Ask your 2 question, does it cost a guild anything to claim a camp in World v. World? No, no it does not. Oh, I should have done the flora. sap strength from the druid staff. Stunned him. Alright, he lost a turn. Put buffs on that, and have it go for their archers. Have the knights charge. Low darts. Regen on that guy again. Alright. That spell makes like these plants there that obscures my troops and makes them a little bit harder to hit. It also puts a stack of grace on them. Let's do Soothing Breeze down, heal it. Oh, wow. Oh, this unit's blind, that's why. I was like, 5% chance to hit? What the heck? This spell's super cheap, so I'll do that. So he's stunned. Okay, a bunch of us got blinded. Okay, these spiders are summoned, so not a big deal if they get focused down. Okay, giant snake is dead. Just wait. And have you try to use Shield Bash? Okay, cool. He's stunned. He lost a turn. Missed that attack. Alright, in turn. Alright, that one's dead. The sandstorm thing is rough. Alright, in turn. Should have this in the bag. Just between the sandstorm and the clinging Fey Mist, the chance to hit on everything is really low, so there's just a lot of misses trying to finish this fight. There we we go. Got some gold, some knowledge, crown of accuracy. Give that to Muckbird. Alright, the immediate threat to us is gone. And there's another cave there. Not sure if that goes toward our quest area, though. Spellblade leveled up. Do we want him to have a fire attack or a lightning attack? Let's go with Lightning Evoker. Oh, I almost forgot. Something we used to do when we would play this on stream is name the heroes after people in chat. Do any of you want to be a owl Spellblade? I could change the name here to someone in chat. Me. Jervig. Cisu says me. Alright, I'm gonna combine you two. Alright. Jervig, the water dragon. Alright, you two just fused, like Dragon Ball Z. Let's see, basic seafaring. Let's buy that. Enchantment and transformation spells cost less mana and world map casting points. No, don't need any of that at the moment. Bickering summer griddle. Can we eats it? Rumbles a deep slobbering voice. No, that one's good sport for Vintrog, you glob gob. Gutturally screeches another. With a stomp and a belching chuckle, Kana Grump the Twin Eater enters to land his and her vicious sights on you. Shut up, that's luncheon, says I, Grumples Grump. You always eatin' them, you snot rot. Vintrog's fancies 'em real squealin' like. So best be leaving this and all squiggly piggly for the summer master, eh? The two heads bicker and belch back and forth like this for an abominably long time before you. We kills it, then eats it, Grumples Grump. Now we capture it and toss it to the more of the mist. For Vintrog, ha ha ha, argues Kana. On and on and on. Slink away unnoticed while they keep bickering. Okay. Where will we put our third city? There's a lot of stuff up here. Excavate that. Fey Bond is done. Fairy Dust. I just realized there is a lot more on this thing than I'm used to. Like, in my memory, okay, you see like this one here? There's like a bunch of stuff on one side of the skill branch, and then there's a few things on the other. That's how all of these used to be. They've added a lot of stuff here. So do you just choose one? Founding or absorbing cities takes 2 less turns.
Sisu underscore
Yeah,
the
you just choose
underscore
one.
water underscore dragon gifted a tier 1 sub to Jervik. They have given 30 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you, Sisu. Meeting hard-pressed Clawforge. Hiding in their fortified burrows, the Howling Pelari at last recognize the familiar faces among your troops and send forth their leader, Tyne Glasseye. Bless the Lords of Plenty, Tyne calls out overjoyed, hugging those who can't escape her reach. We heard of your grand feats against the Pale Ones in this undelightful, so very undelightful time of strife. You are surely looking for a heroic protector, Mr. Hambenger. You will find him down the tunnel south of Clawforge. But before you hurry along, you must try our pastries. Skitter around the chitinous legs of a dark bone-chilling approach before Arachna appears out of the murk. Mistwalker blood is on your palms, Gaudier, admit it, insists Arachna with a dark hiss. Unlike Duatha's fairy playthings, they actually serve a noble purpose. Each of their deaths evokes a chittering vengeance to be spun out from the cold hollow of darkness. The bleak perishing power of Our Lady Anoka be upon you all. Soon, very soon, watch out for the unweavering strands of your imminent doom. Okay, we're at war with Blue, who appears to be southwest of me. Alright. Well, hold on. There's a city expanding out from the underground there, so I don't know if I'm going to be able to claim all those resources that I wanted to get. Where is a scout that is somewhere in that area? Alright, I'm gonna start sending that scout over there. Let them go. Okay, iron deposit found. Alright. Gold and mana both in the negative currently. Make a vendor. Can annex another province. Push toward that fishing ground, I guess. Start casting Fey Bond. Now, if I send them in the water to get this guy, it will like end their turn the moment they enter the water, so it'll take multiple turns to just pick that XP off and come back. Yeah, let's not do that. Let's head over over this way. Gold vein found. Oh, there's an enemy city over here. Alright. Guess I could come deal with this. See, Fey Bonds. Ooh, that was... okay. I should have read that more carefully. That's a lot of mana. Misled you, Toplin. It's unfortunate we meet like this, but it seems war between us is inevitable. Okay, so be it. Springs out on the prowl. With a combative snarl, Lobelia Greyfang prowls around you. Another outland Gaudier come to Duatha to plunder her bounties or to aid our hunt for rebels. Donusk, do not trust that hambinger. Return to Auntie Lobelia. Remember the old stories of the first Gaudier who defiled this land, growls Lobelia. They caused the nightmares that tormented Duatha. So curse that hambinger for dragging the Polari into his selfish wars. He is cruel to make them his pawns, but we Duatha-born are the Gaudier now. You will see Donusk call out to old Auntie when you do, before turning to you, and you either turn in hambinger to me before any more Polari get hurt or become prey. I will consider this. Auntie Lobelia, who just us meet, once cheerfully with Polari treat, mutters Donusk. A somber note falls over Donusk. It's like Sprout Blight feels to see Auntie torn, twixt Feylord praise and Feylord scorn. I wish to Auntie we could show somehow how Mistwalkers hurt Polari now. Donna stomps his little head with bowed fists, then gasps, oh wow, 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 I know how. We Mistwalkers seek, then twist their beak. Then for Auntie Lobelia, I gives a squeak. And when she comes, she'll surely peek how Polari of Stinky Cages rink. Great idea. Alright. So I accidentally just used up too much mana. I've got to find a way to get some more, or cancel that enchantment that's running. Excavate that. Hostile action. So I can't pass through her area unless I declare war. Which I do not want to declare war. Okay. Oh, wait, I can pass through it. I just... okay, I must have right-clicked on it as the city or something. Alright, this thing's finally done. Okay, Jervig the Water Dragon, you are going to be a governor currently. We'll see how this goes. Excavate that. Spellblade leveled up. Let's see. Lightning Evocation does more damage, or Lightning Evocation now sunders there. Let's do the debuff one. Actually, hold on. There's a thing here. Where is it? While army leader, all non-hero units in the army gain XP each turn. Do that. Court of Autumn. While the autumn wind reaps and whirls around the foliage of the last season, your inner eye perceives visions of a macabre scene. You see long lines of frightened captives climbing the winding stairways hewn into an ancient rock formation. As they reach the last plateau, the Mistwalkers force their victims to enter a mist-flooded basin. Once the last captive has entered the mist, a dark fae song swells, while stone-carved effigies of the four Duathidae rise like columns from the ground until they tower above all. O cunning reagents upon Winterbloom's throne, the leader of the Mistwalkers calls out. Render your judgment upon these unwilling offerings. Oh, okay, we've seen. This is the same as before, so they get turned into Mistwalkers. Yeah. So more Mistwalker camps spawn. Room leggings. Haunted halls. Okay. Okay, so we can start a new research. I want to try as many of the new tomes as possible. But right now, although it's not one of the brand new ones, I want to get Warband for mentorship, which will help level up our troops much faster.
Magic is fickle. You can only trust your strength. Here you...
City cap. Road building. Gain combat casting points. Or world map casting points. Combat. And we're gonna want road building, although I can't really use it yet. Let's see. Attack them, let them go, or document them. Lose knowledge, gain Imperium. Let them go. We got gold for that. Okay, and... What? Okay, build outpost. Okay, so outpost here, we'll get the gold vein and also the underground passage. And have you keep going for the quest guy. Alright, this has finished upgrading. Stone Conjurer gives mana income. Work on that. This can expand. What buffs does he do? Each special province improvement. Okay, we don't have any special province improvements yet. All right, get the Conduit, which cuts our mana problem in half. Ruler leveled up. let's go for Decompose. So I'll get Restore Strength. So anytime he heals someone, they get a strength buff. Don't spend any mana. And turn. At least since this culture has the, like, floating scouts, it's pretty easy for them to cover a lot of ground pretty quickly. Alright, so we are going to come in here. This guy's declared war on us, so he's got to go. Meet ruler. Alright, here's Ham. He's like a halfling. Reaching the confines of Lolborough, Donnusk darts off forwards towards an open underground square where many figures huddle around a steaming pot. In the midst of this gathering, Hambinger looks up with a war smile. Donnusk, back so soon, are we? And who is this you bring? Ham beams with pride upon seeing you. By the All-Father, what a capital fellow. Hello there. Oh, a mighty fine business this is becoming. I feel luck to be squarely on our side. Surely Melina smiles in her Gesson slumber. Donnusk, you little rascal, I knew you'd pull through, chimes Ham. Come join us for tea as we introduce ourselves and discuss battle plans. So my diplomatic state with Ham and also 2 other cities just increased. Continue the conversation, reward knowledge. Let me take a drink. Ham glances off askance for a pensive moment. Humph, why does Avenger do anything, really? These Polari are good folk, excellent folk even, puffs Ham. They remind me much of my own people, you know, for they enjoy a good meal, tell a good tale, and my, do they know the plight of extinction. Ham's face grows dark for a space. Many people went missing, so I went looking is all, but no luck could have ever saved me from the Duathidae. Well, no luck but Melina. Ham looks up with a sly, wrinkly frown. The thing about luck is one should never expect it. Now come, have some tea and introduce yourself. You receive knowledge. After many bustling introductions over tea and biscuits and the occasional seconds, Hambinger finally rises to speak. I say our primary point of attention must be the Moor of the Mist atop the burrows down. Indeed, there are many like it, continues Ham, to which the Mistwalkers bring their prisoners and try them in their abominable court of mockery. But as we know, the Moor of the Mist is far older than even the Duathidae themselves, and therefore it still retains a power through which the Giacidae can channel their magics. This, I submit to you, is the crux of my plan. We must acquire the entire Moor of the Mist, urges Hambinger, to cast a spell of Melina that banishes the Duathidae from the realm. And you, Muckbird, are the right hero for the job. What do you say? Accept the quest, reward victory. Your units controlled by you gain increased morale, but you are suddenly at war with these 3 other factions. Okay, no matter what, we're going to be at war with them. So do I want more morale or more Imperium? I'll take the Imperium. Okay. That makes me a little nervous. Okay, so the ogre guy, the spider lady. Alright, so I'm friendly with these 5 underground cities. Alright. Dread spider hatchling. No, just spam that. I don't need that. Okay, one of his armies came out and attacked my 3 armies. Got absolutely stomped. Okay, start a siege of the city. Once the walls are breached, gained gold. And here. Okay. So that just needs time. Put you on auto explore. You've done your job. You become a new city. Evoker's abode is done. Alright, vendor. New bounty. I'm a little nervous about my main city now. Because my guys went, from my main city, my guys went east, and they're dealing with a problem underground over here. But now there's all these enemies west of me. My capital's wide open, so I'm hoping they don't come attack me while I finish off the guy east of me and then come back. Yeah, and there they are right there. Red for war research done. Oh man, I wish I had the thing to like re-roll options. Scroll of attunement. Okay, this is done. Alright, we're gonna get conduit, but we're gonna have to clear out those monsters when we get back. Ambitious streams. Okay, Jervig the Water Dragon. Let's see. It says, what should I do with my life? Become a collector. Become a challenger. Remain a lawbringer. I think a collector is the highest likelihood of getting done. Before the morning's departure, Ham draws you aside with a hushed whisper. Do you know what a circle of Deogai is? This is a rather puzzling one here on Dawatha. See here, our primary foes are each members of an old Archon-sanctioned circle, long ago established here to control their waxing powers. Though, as is becoming pressingly more evident, they're not quite as contained nor as administered accordingly. Now, when Melina spirited me to freedom, I learned that these very disciples are not the original circle members at all. Ham furrows his brows. Traces of their history can still be found on various ancient obelisks throughout the realm. Find and activate them so that we might gain leverage of wits. I have like no money to spend there. Okay, who is this? Spellblade. Let's see. While army leader, all non-hero units of the army regenerate 10 health per turn. Okay. We've got 1 turn until the breach. Let's see. We met another city. That's fine. It might be good to put the War Golem in that army that has the thing where the other troops heal every turn, because right now the Golem is not recovering any health unless we're in friendly territory, which is not welcome. Alright, we can now attack the city. There's only 4 dudes, so should be able to auto it, just steamroll them. Oh, wait a minute. To my surprise, they actually killed one of my units. Okay, retry. Alright, Alright, Faye, come over here and heal him. What is the range of your lightning? That's your range, okay. Kindle, resolve, invigorate. Okay, so the War Shaman can heal, but not the same turn that he moves. Wild Growth. Chat, who is Mock Alter Ego? The one that usually reads the news, kind of missed him. Dennis? Yeah, when the filter program broke, he went on holiday, I guess. Try to stun him. Nice. Okay, so one of them's stunned, so 3 of them are gonna get a turn here. Oh no! Those guys are getting really low. What is this? Kindle Resolve. Gain morale. Oh, he just zapped. It's fine. Okay, where's this one? Okay, this guy needs to fall back. Denise, yeah, he's dead. Well, yeah, he's dead. No, he's on vacation right now. Basically, the program I used for the funny filters and stuff broke, and they stopped maintaining it. So I would need to find something different, and I just haven't bothered to do that. Honestly, this free fairy unit it gave me that can do a heal every other turn is really nice. Oh, wow. That guy just took a lot of damage. Oh, that was a hero unit. I didn't realize that. Turn cooldown on that. Okay. No losses. Almost lost one. No losses, though. Mask of Accuracy. Guess we'll just hang on to that. Okay. Let's see. Let's vassalize it. And then you three need to start heading back home. It's going to take you a bunch of turns to do that. Start building that. This one. Oof. Start on the storehouse. It's gonna take a long time. Let's see. Stability is low right now. Hey, I know completely unrelated to the game you're playing, but your guides on YouTube are 10 out of 10. Thank you, Sleazy. That's very kind of you. Yeah, don't sweat it. I get Guild Wars 2 questions every day, no matter what I'm playing. I'm totally fine with it. Start Arcane Institute. Sundering Evocation. Is that an enemy? No, it's not an enemy. Okay. Alright, so next up. See, this is what I was worried about. Look at this. There is 4 enemy armies coming over. So you guys need to head home. Matt, usually, Oh, wait, they changed this. Oh, snap. Oh, that's another thing they changed. Okay. So, that thing right there, Prosperous Lands. What that used to do was farms provide double food. And it was, like, so good, no matter what you played. But you needed to have some early nature affinity to get it. But they changed it, maybe because it was too good. Now it's farms grant gold and city stability. Or foresters grant mana and city stability. Respond to a hero's offer to join. I don't have enough mana for another hero. I don't even have any gold, so I can't do road building either. Oh my god, dude. Right as I leave this one, NPCs come over and start burning it down. Oh man, cannot be in all these places at once. Mentorship, that's what I wanted. Omnisphere can expand. I could start splitting up the armies. The question is, would they be okay? Like, if I split them up, would any of them be okay without the others? Oh, she's got a tier 4 unit. And there's another one. So she's got, among these 3 little blue armies, there's 2 tier 4 units. So I think for now we just let that building get burned down over to the east and pull everything back west to deal with them. Heck yeah, Mug streaming Age of Wonders. Hey, Knight. Yeah, got gifted the newest DLC, so trying it out. Alright, so they have begun sieging my capital. So they got 3 turns before they break in. That also means I've stopped getting income from it. Okay, so the vassal city, we've got that. Let me see, which city do I have the Whispering Stone on? Or was it given back? Is this one, Hoplenberg. Alright, give Whispering Stone to this one. Court of Winter. While heavy snowfall starts to becloud the skies, your inner eye perceives visions of a macabre scene. You see long lines of frightened captives climbing the winding stairways hewn into an ancient rock formation. As they reach the last plateau, the Mistwalkers force their victims to enter a mist-flooded basin. Once the last captive has entered the mist, a dark face song swells while stone-covered effigies of the four blah 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 and this stuff. Unworthy. Okay, wait, this one's new. From the mouth of each effigy, stream of butterflies, the mists have changed color, dyed a disturbing lavender, flowing into the effigies as if the Duathidae were absorbing the life force captured within. They have siphoned the life from all captives, bestowing part of the reaped power upon their disciples. I'm thinking I'm gonna have to do this manual, but I'll let it try auto first, just see what happens. Really? That one-sided? Retry, okay. That's concerning. So yeah, like I said, she's got 2 tier 4 units. I think I have 1 tier 3 unit, and everything else is tier 1 or 2. Regen. Race. I've had this game since release. I'm still terrible at getting good starts no matter the culture I build. Love playing though. I know a few starts that are really powerful that are my, like, in case of emergency type of thing. Like, I'll give you an example. If you play as the, what is it, the industrious people, you can have people do prospecting, and they will dig up random items from the ground. You know, usually like tier 1 and 2 armor. If you have a Dragon Lord, for every item you have that you're not using, it goes into your Dragon Horde, and you get gold per turn. Then there's a thing called Collectors. It's like no, it's not a culture thing. It's like one of the 2 things you pick. And Collectors is like for every item you have you're not using, you gain mana per turn. So that combination of 3 things, you end up with a massive amount of gold and mana income. Now, I do not know of an imba thing with the faction I'm playing currently. So I'm just doing my best right now. Alright, this is a summoned creature, so we're putting it out in front, so it'll hopefully take their charge. Oh, whoa, what is all that back there? These giant energy spiders, I don't know where these came from. Primal spiders. Oh, she's the primal civilization. How did they summon so many of these so quick? I've played Primal before. Oh, this got changed. Okay, so Primal Spider, it used to be that the Animist, had to build up enough charges of a thing, then it could summon this. Oh wait, they're not riding spiders, they're like half spider. Spider's Embrace. This unit has the spider unit type. Base attacks have a chance of... This is new. I know there's transformations in the game. Like, I remember, like, Naga and Angel and Demonic. I've never seen a spider transformation. That's new. Alright, so if these primal spiders are summoned... Yeah, so it looks like they disappear after 3 turns from the time that they are created. So... I could, like... That's 1 turn remaining, 1 turn remaining. 1 turn remaining, but the one that's right in my face has 2 turns remaining. Everyone here is basically immobilized. Sap strength. This cures a condition and puts regen on them, so that'll get rid of the immobilize. Shield bash. I misclicked. That was not shield bash. Rip. They shot my own unit. That was a heck of a miss. Alright, lightning evocation, which does a lot of debuffs right there. Who's the lowest health right now? Ooh, that was a nice big hit. Okay. That one had 2 turns remaining. The other 3 big summon spiders will disappear in 1 turn. Alright, this is not a huge chance of working, but we're going to try to stun these. Lucky, one of the tier 4 spiders got stunned. I'll take it. Alright. That's their lord. Oh, I guess the energy spiders are gonna die at the end of this turn, so that one got to mess with me a little bit. Yikes, lots of damage. Okay. Energy spiders just vanished, so that's done. Okay, that's gone. I want to do this. Oh wow, a lot of my units are frozen solid right now. That's... Wow, 3 units frozen solid and lost their turn. That's not good. Okay, this, come on, proc. Yeah! Alright, stun that for 1 turn. That's really good. Casting that first, because most of my units get a buff whenever I cast a spell, so I wanted to go ahead and do that early. I think that guy's dead. So he is immobilized again. He can't really do anything. Wait, that spider is considered an archer? Oh, weird. Can't even turn him. Ugh. I have so many units that are mobilized and can't move. They just killed my Spellblade from full health. And they summoned another spider. Jesus. Healing those. Healing those two. Arcanist. Lightning protection. Oh gosh. Yeah, this is not looking good. I haven't been able to kill either of their tier 4 units yet, and they just keep summoning these big spiders. Like, to be clear, I think I can just start producing tier 2 units, and she's got 2 tier 4 units. It did let me start this campaign with a single tier 3 unit, but this is a serious case of trying to punch upward. But she's on my doorstep, so I can't just not do it. Why is the chance to hit on everything so freaking low? 5%? Okay, I got one of the tier 4 things done. Pull this knight back if I can. Wow, teleporting that guy backward put burning on my own troops. %chance to hit. 5, 5, 5, 25. I think my lord's about to die. So he's like over here in the middle of all this. Lost a skirmisher. Lost a mage. Lost a polearm unit. Looks like Muk found out the primals have been buffed. I mean, it's honestly hard to tell because I'm like tier 1 and 2 and they're tier 4, so I can't really tell if they've been buffed or if this is just because of what I'm having to fight right now. Yeah, I might have to restart and go a little more try-hard with the culture that we made. Is this for my first interaction with an attacker? This is insane. It's partly because they can summon a whole extra army of spirit animals as soon as they can recruit their base supports. Well, yeah, they summoned 4 of the big energy spiders at the beginning of the fight, but 3 of them expired before they reached me, and I only had to deal with 1, but she did summon another on top of us right at the beginning. But also, all of her troops have this spider's embrace thing, which I've never seen before. And that seems to be like a late game evolution. And she started with 2 tier 4 units, and I had a single tier 3 unit. So this is new, and I've been getting run over by these. My lord is going to die if I try to move him. I have to try. Dead. Okay. Yeah, this feels like a lost cause. All I've done so far is fight their summons and killed 1 of their 2 tier 4 units. Also, she's level 9. What level was my lord even? Not freaking 9. Alright, well... Let me go back here and take a look at the map and see if I can think of anything else to do before I just give up on this and restart it with a different faction. So she's sieging my city, so I can't just ignore it. She has 2 full armies here. She's level 8. She's got 2 tier 4 units. She's got 3 of the units that summon more giant spiders, and she has the spell that summons giant spiders. I'm level 5 on my leader. And I've got a bunch of T1s and a single T3, the Scorpion. Oh, this is an autosave at the end of the turn, so we have to do that. Two turns until the siege. And they're close enough together that they will be pulled into the same battle. I could go hit the giant and try to get XP from that. And then try to deal with her. Wait, hold on, what? You didn't get close enough for that? That's not good. Really? Okay, did a summon sword. I got rid of it. Now, one concern I've got is at the end of this turn, if the lady stops sieging the city and goes to that one army that's out of range of the others, she could just pick that off easy. Bonk. What level is he? He's 9 also. Soothing Mist. Jeez, ow. Dead. Shot my own guy in the back. That was one heck of a miss. He rolled a nat 1. Okay, we killed that army without losing anything, but we were heavily injured. Did I get any level ups? Level 6. Nice, easy. Decompose. Ignore that for now. Can't afford that. City spells and city structure research cost 20 minus 25% knowledge. City structures unlock the research cost less gold to build. Constructing outpost takes less turn. Gained a new level of renown. Okay. Draw void. Message received. Province being pillaged. Alright, so now she will either continue the siege or she will go or abandon it and go hit my stuff over here. Thought I had already hit that button. One turn left on the siege. Alright. Save game. Allow the AI to cast spells and do auto. Let me just see what it comes up with. Still terrible. Alright, retry. So is this... okay. So this is a city battle, so we have ballistas. That helps a little. They cannot fire on turn 1. Alright, first thing we need to do is heal up our troops that are all banged up. Slight misclick there. That could have been better. Turn there. Okay, they're summoning some of those spiders that last for 3 turns. Nothing is... oh, yeah, it can hit something. Okay. Yeah, I never made the walls or ballistas, but they exist because this city, like, had them before it was given to me on, like, turn 3 or 4 when it gave me this. One enemy down. Soothing Breeze on those two. I want to cast his Chain Lightning on them, but he has to get uncomfortably close to do it. Okay, so that hit 3 permanent units, not the summons, which is what I wanted. Conjure Animal. Conjure Animal on the Wild Speaker, I think, used to be a once per combat thing, and now it's 4-turn cooldown. So if the combat goes on long enough, it can be used multiple times. First thing to remember is that not all starting tomes are built equal. I don't know how much the new editions have shaken up the hierarchy, but the old meta ones were like Zeal and Cryo. Both of them offer a summoned unit, good unit, enchantment spell, and a good spell each for both strategy and combat. True. Like, one of my favorite starting tomes is Tome of the Tentacle, which has the big summoned Cthulhu tentacle thing, which is a good way of messing up the enemy side with mana without you losing units.
Sorry, it's a little early.
Hey, thanks. Giant Beetle. Pestilent Escape. Sap Strength on those. I could move the War Golem up here and spray some fire over the side, but it would kind of scare me having it out that far. It would be a bit exposed. Lots of immobilize on me. None of my ballistas can fire. They didn't, I don't, did they fire last turn? I guess maybe they did. Resisted stun. Hey guys, hey Barry. Shield bash. Okay, stunned that for one turn. Alright, so the big energy spiders will disappear on the next turn. Trying to save that guy. Wait, what? Oh. Well, that sucks. A freaking level 9 lord. Like, I'm trying to remember. So, I ended up getting thrown to be at war with her. Actually, I think I was at war with her for a long time. But the giant guy and the other faction I was at war with because I went and talked to Ham. So if I had to play this again, I could postpone talking to Ham. Really? The on-fire golem is frozen. Okay. Okay. back up and eat a shrub. Now, we lost an Aspirant Knight earlier, and that is a bummer, because if that thing gets to high enough level, it jumps from like a tier 2 to a tier 4 unit. And we lost that. Alright. We're gonna teleport behind this guy. Wait, what? Where's my... There he is. Alright, sap strength. They both resisted, awesome. One of the two guys in this group is frozen. That shouldn't be possible. Alright. Alright. Sunder's defense. I think she just made some zombies. Okay. Ice Spider is dead. So this guy's just bugged. He still looks frozen, but he's not. think there's a debuff that does that. Misfortune, sundered defense, sundered resistance. I don't think so. Try to stun her for one turn. Resisted shield bash. Move some of his debuffs. I'm actually starting to feel like I have a chance in this battle. This has been really rough. The question is yeah, what's the least amount of stuff I can lose, is what I'm trying to say. I can't reach that. Alright, decomp this one. Oh, that guy's losing morale. Lost my skirmishers. My lord. Where's this soothing mist guy? Are you still alive? One more turn on the cooldown. Summon another animal. Got Inferno Puppies. These guys have a lot of conditions on them. Let's back them up too. Oh, it's because of the Hex. She's a, what is it called? Warlock, I think? Wait, Control Z. Okay. Back this up also. I want to AoE heal these guys at the earliest opportunity. Okay, that's dead. Ah, their other tier 4 unit just lost morale and ran off the battlefield. That is very good for me. Oh man, I thought we were done losing units, but she does so much damage because she's like, yeah, level 10. I think she was level 8 at the start of this combat. Now she's 10. I guess she's leveling during combat. And maybe my troops do too, if that's a thing. I didn't know that until now. So she has gone from 8 to 10. Where's my guy? He's gone from 5 to 6, so she's still almost double me.
It's my birthday and I'm glad to watch the DLC.
Thank you, Barry. Yeah, it's been fun so far, but difficult. It's quite challenging. Okay, getting some heals off. Buff the puppies. Alright, it's just the Lord now. What is the other spell again? I'm gonna do auto, because they've just got to all swarm this one lady. Holy crap. Okay, this campaign just went back to being possible. Losing the tier 2 Aspirant Knight really sucks. The other stuff we lost was a tier 1 Militia, a tier 1 Sunderer, and a tier 1 Arbalist. Arbalist and Sunderer are from a different faction, so I can't remake those easily. Not that they can be replaced by any tier 1 unit, but the biggest thing is losing the Aspirant Knight. Okay, so we got our city back. Let's see. Zezox, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate you. We are so poor. Okay, orders required. This one. Auto. Okay, gotta kind of mentally regroup here. Rebuild the farm, that takes 3 turns. Alright. Next. Alright, all the imminent threats are handled. I need to go over here and take out this mist camp that is destroying my stuff. Okay, spell's ready. No, we're super low on mana and gold. We're not doing that. The, forcing the fight in the city so I had those ballistas might have been what tipped that in my favor, just barely. Let's get that. Why do I keep having to set this to auto-explore? That's weird. Library. Wizard Foundation. Ancient Obelisk. That's new. Gives 5 mana and 5 research. Okay, we definitely want that, but we're gonna have to clear it out. Give up growth for 3 turns to get a tier 2 unit. No. Let's just do the good option. Okay, what is going on with this guy? 3 turns now, I've told him auto-explore, and he's like, but what if I'm stupid? I don't want to start rebuilding that. Well, I guess I can start it now. I think I'll get there in time to stop them from destroying it a second time. Snow everywhere is going to slow us down too. What's that? It gives Imperium. Alright, auto, and we need to step in. Alright. Whoa! My whole army took frost damage? Oh my god. At the end of your turn, you take 6 damage. Jeez. The winters are quite brutal here, chat. Summon animal in front. Chain lightning. Nice, hit all of them. Wait. It grew up! The vampire spider hatchling is now a vampire spider matriarch. We have another tier 3 unit. Nice. I did not realize that happened. down. Okay, she's got a point-blank shot for enemies that get close to her. Do that. Shield bash, he's stunned. That's dead. Mass buff animal on this. Sap strength. Decompose on the dead enemy. Suddenly XCOM hit chances. If it's XCOM, it says 99% and then you miss. Isn't that the meme? Okay, mana, wand of lightning strike. Let's put that on this guy. All right. Let's do Fey Woods. I think that allows us to make like fairies and stuff. And then work on building foresters around it. I can't afford another hero at the moment. Plus vision and sensing range of all units. I'll take that. The Spider Queen lady I beat has respawned. Do I have any enemy armies coming toward me? Not at the moment. Mentorship done. This one I really like. So this one basically, in each army, the thing with the lowest level gains a massive amount of XP each turn. I'm a big fan of that. The changing of seasons thing is interesting, to be sure. Alright, I'm gonna send army number 2 back to deal with that. And these two are gonna deal with the Mistwalker camp. Hopefully they can handle it. Astral Divination. Lieutenants. Fighter unit that empowers others in battle through their actions. Library done. Mage Plaza. I'm noticing snow in the underground. I actually did not know that could have happened. I'm not sure if I've ever seen that. See if I auto it. Redo. Let's try to do this without losses if we can. I will say I've not used the special ability of the Wizard King a single time. So I think he remains my least favorite ruler. I just chose it because of the you know, theme that we were doing. His whole thing is he can use this button and then you can cast 2 spells in a single turn, but right now my spells are not amazing. The constant frost damage chipping us is pretty rough too. It's like I'm using regen and it's like barely countering the frost damage, so I'm not really gaining much health. Oh, it triggered Grace there. Pros and cons to that. Do they take frost damage each turn? It just says at the end of the attacker's theirs. It says all units. Yeah, I think they're taking damage too. them, trigger Star Blades. They are lining up for a really good fire blast. Attempt to AoE stun. Got 3 of them. Ooh. That's huge. Sap strength. Protective wardrobe. Good afternoon, all. How goes the Wandering of the Ages? What's up, Black? It's going okay. This new DLC, it's got some story missions, which I like. I'm only on the first one. It's really tough. I wasn't really going try-hard mode. I was just trying to like try all the new stuff, and so I made a faction just with as much of the new stuff as possible. And it's rough. We had multiple reloads earlier. Use decomp on that dead enemy to heal everyone. How are the Owlings? I mean, a new race getting added is kind of a cosmetic thing, because you can change their perks to be whatever you want. But they're fine. But there was 6 new tomes of magic, and I've got 1 of them right now. Any new Civ culture, etc. They reworked. What was it? One of the cultures got some minor changes. Oh, the giant skill tree thing. You know, where there's like a blue section and a shadow section and a life section. It's like completely different. So that and the 6 new tomes are the main thing. We're playing the Owl people. That's kind of cosmetic though. Very nice. That is a lot of stuff. Oh, he can't use a mount with this weapon. Oh, I've got 2 of those ones. Okay. Dude, what? Hey. I just took out the thing that spawns these, and he just slipped past me. He's burning down my house again. Arcane Institute. Omnisphere can expand. I'll get that, but I'll have to clear it. Can't afford a hero. Province being pillaged. Oh, I'm pulling an ally into this battle that's close enough. Nice. Alright, we can just auto that one. Seasoned Destiny. Pondering the numerous perils and close escapes on the Burrow Downs, you become dragged into an argument of Daunusk with himself. Spring is my lover, ever young and green. Autumn lunges out at my foes, making them scream. Summer kindles my heart, warms my friends. Winter bites cold, murders hope, meets their ends. At the brink of a frenzy, Daunusk must embrace one of the seasons for the next stage of his Fey life. Where do you steer his volatile struggle? Spring Fairy, Blight Blast, Strengthen a friendly True Strike. Summer Fairy, Fire Blast, a Heal, Regeneration, and Condi Cleanse. Autumn Fairy, Lightning Powers, AoE Blind. Winter Fairy, Frostbolt, Hindering Blizzard. Let's take Summer. Much higher mana drain on me right now, but alright. Okay, we need to clear that guy and then head back. Alright, road building. Mage's Plaza is done here. Make a market. And this one... Mage's Plaza. Because I've got a Wizard King for my leader and not a Mortal Champion, Mortal Champions have a thing where their armies can heal to health each turn, whether they're in friendly territory or not. And that's really wrecking me that I don't have that right now. I think that's hurting me more than the culture I'm playing is hurting me. Oh, because the fairy has changed, the fairy's heal is AoE now. That's cool. And then we take winter damage at the end of each turn. Sap strength. Grace. All right. Fire Blast. Try to stun. Stunned one of them. Use the Wand of Lightning Strike. Keep him back a bit, he's really low. Okay, one enemy burned to death. Decomp. Teleport the War Golem in the middle of them, that guy. Man, I gotta tell you guys, I have no regrets starting out as a ritualist so that I could do heals, because holy crap. This constant season damage is a lot. They don't start with snow adaptation? No, it actually threw me off, Plaque, because what happened was, it said that on this mission, we didn't start with a city, which has never been a thing in Age of Wonders. So I was like, okay, I don't want to pick any of the perks that are like, you know, spawn an extra material near your city, because I didn't know if it was going to spawn next to me and then I had to travel a ways before I could make a city, you know, that kind of thing. And then it also said that everyone started in the underground. So I was like, oh, okay. So I took the underground adaptation. And it started me here, and there was a little quest where we went over here and we freed some people, then we went to the surface, but then it made my city here, not in the underground. So I kind of wasted that. And I did go back down here, and I started a city here that's just gonna be income, and it's kind of protected by this one that's sitting on top of the entrance. But underground adaptation feels like it was kind of wasted on this map. And then the seasons keep changing. So like right now the map is becoming snowy because it's winter and we all take ice damage every turn in combat. And then in one more turn it's going to cycle back to spring. So it's like something unique to this map. I need to beat that. Let's go for Fairy Dust. These are... So I could make more sprites, but they're tier 1. I could try it and see like how much mana drain they are, because I don't know. Alright, so I'm making sure these guys to end their turn in friendly territory, although they're still not healing. This unit is in an Arctic blizzard and subject to the following. Cannot regenerate. Oh, okay. Alright then. That's what's happening. Alright. Rebuild the Forester. So I am wondering if I had one of those factions that terraforms their own land, so it could be kind of fighting against the snow, if it would, give you more area you could, like, heal on, basically. Polymorph, a chance to turn an enemy into a one-shottable creature for one turn, or reincarnate, guaranteed bring something of yours that died back to life, but they come back as an animal instead of a thing. Let's try polymorph. Did you select Wizard King? So the whole theme was that the owls by default are big on doing magic damage, so I picked the magic culture, and I picked a Wizard King just to kind of lean into the theme of it. But it's been really rough because I did that. I have regrets. While rampant growth rejuvenates the land, your inner eye perceives visions of a macabre scene. Okay, we've seen this many times. More Mistwalkers spawn. Alright. Winter is over. Okay, so we can regenerate again. Try. Environmental issues is new? Yes, it is something unique to this map. That was not a thing before. Okay, so some of our units can now cast Fairy Dust for free with a 1-turn cooldown to try to throw debuffs on enemies. And let's see, Grasping Vines. Every 2 turns in combat, all units have a 50% chance of becoming immobilized. Well, it's better than constantly taking blizzard damage, I guess. Sap strength. Try to AoE stun. They all resisted it. Unfortunate. Polymorph. Okay. Use Fairy Dust on that. It got slowed. What does that do? -1 combat speed, 1 less retaliation. That's probably not going to affect us at all. Alright, hit the polymorphed guy, because he's like really fragile right now. Fairy Dust that guy. Distracted. Alright, polymorphed guy died. And Fairy Dust that one. He's blinded. We're just like random BS go. There's all kinds of weird conditions and stuff. Fairy Dust again. Resisted. Alright. Should have done this at the beginning of the turn for the Star Blades. Forgot. Soothing Mist. Fire Blast. Decompose for a free action. Regenerate those. Had to end his turn in a burning tile, but it did kill an enemy. Are you throwing fairy dust or fairy dust? Yes. Oh, no line. What? You had line of sight to throw fairy dust, but not line of sight to shoot him in the face. Okay. We just got one enemy left, so I'll throw a cheap spell so that when I put it on auto, it doesn't use a more expensive mana cost spell. And then auto, and everyone should just run this thing over. Reinforced crown, +1 defense. Alright. So now... Okay, we have cleared... that obelisk out. Oh god. Alright. So we cleared out the Mistwalker camp that was sending attacks and burning down my thing. We cleared out that obelisk thing. However, now... Hold on, is there any attackers inbound? No, there's not. A new Mistwalker camp spawned there while we've been dealing with all this. That's pretty low. Let's try to take out that camp. Okay, just to get some XP. See, his army, look, they're healing even though they're in enemy territory right now. And that's just because of I believe this right here. All non-hero units in the army will regenerate each turn. Whereas... Well, they're getting a little... Yeah, see, like this one, it's either not healing or it's healing like 1 pixel. I can't even tell. And this one's the same. It looks like that. It looks like those two are not. What's in research done? All right, new tome. Let's look at the library. So we already spotted a few new ones, right? We saw Tome of Gluttony. We saw, I believe it was called Abjuration. And the fairy one that we got. Those were all new. There should be, there's Abjuration. There should be 3 other new ones that we haven't seen yet. To see if I can spot it. No, that's been there. Tome of the Cosmos. It's every single color. Summon Avatar of the Cosmos. Cosmos Awakening. Prismatic Tower. Reveal the map. For each affinity at or above 5, the city gains plus 50 of the resource based on that affinity. Gluttony is new, but would that really help us at all right now? Because things are getting very challenging. When victorious in battle, this city gains 25 food. That's kind of cool. Corrupt Pact is pretty quick, pretty neat. Basically just like drain a free city. With how many farms you have and how much food they can produce. Yeah, there was also, just to show you real quick. So see right here, like each of these skill trees, now every single thing is a choice between two things. And this used to be basically double farm production, and it doesn't anymore, which slows things down a bit. But now you choose between farms now generate gold instability, or foresters now generate mana instability. Which are both really nice, you just gotta make up your mind. Let's do gold for now. Okay, hold on, back to the top. Okay. Abjuration or gluttony. What do we got here? Glyph Tower. Not bad. I think I want to try getting Gluttony and that thing that, like, drains free cities, because there's quite a few free cities on the map. Let's give it a shot.
You mortals believe you can deny your own nature, yet you were born to feast, never satisfied when sated. A few of you come to understand this. Your true desire does not lie in being fulfilled, but in the endless pursuit of fulfillment. Unleash your hunger. It will never be enough. Not until you devour even the very well of creation.
Is the Dragon DLC for Age of Wonders 4 worth picking up? Yeah, that one's pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty good. Alright, spell ready, summon sprite. Okay, so... Oh, you actually get to pick. I thought it was just random. Alright, so they get fairy dust either way. Evening sprite can blind and slow an enemy. And it can fire bolts that do 10 damage. The morning sprite... The bolts can do 14 damage. Oh, but moon bolts, it can fire 1 to 3, but this one does more damage, but it just fires 1. But this one has the heal and the dust. I'm gonna take the morning sprite. Alright, so we're at plus 28 mana. Now plus 16. So this takes 12 mana a turn. Alright, yeah, I don't want to summon any more of these. Buff spells and healing spells in combat now apply bolstered resistance. Damage spells and debuff spells now apply sundered resistance. Routing units are captured if your side is victorious in combat and they have low maintenance. Let's try it. spring has started. Yeah, we already knew that. I was certain... Oh, they had roads. That's why. I was like... I thought that they couldn't reach me. That's not good. I'm gonna do manual and try to retreat and see what happens. Dude, I'm just trying to end the fight. Hurry up. Oh, nice. The springtime just rooted us while we're trying to retreat. Oh my god. There's one thing I like in Total Wars. If you hit surrender, it just ends the combat. It's like, yo, I give up. I'm just being held hostage here while this plays out. I'm just trying to leave. So even though I got everyone off the battlefield, 3 lived, 3 died. Including the hero. Sucked big time. I thought Fey Woods let you make ferries at that city. I guess I was thinking of something else. Actually, no. Cancel that. I should save up to get another hero, since we just went... We've been able to get a third hero for a while, but we just lost the second one, so... ... Okay. Arachnic has Blizzard on you. What is this? Hey, Hockey, thank you.
Mukluk bobble, mukluk bobble, mukluk bobble, mukluk bobble, mukluk bobble.
Appreciate you. Let's see. Where's the recruit hero thing? Yeah, so that guy's got that corpse as prisoner. Warlock, Writ, Defender. Foraging training? Alright, let's get that. The 3 units that got away alive, including the tier 3 spider, should reappear at this city in time. I don't know how long that's going to take, though. Where's the underground city? This one. Let's do that. Oh, when these things hit max level, they evolve into the tier 3 fairies. Okay, I see. So, we want... Alright, hold on. Move this. So if I do that, then it should level up faster because of the mentorship thing that we got earlier. Nice, autoed it. Oh, that is most welcome. Parasitic Dragonbane. Frostspike. These grimoires are new. I kind of want to leave that on her to try it out. The Beak Twister plot aftermath. Upon vanquishing the Mistwalkers, Dawnusk makes a muted call that somehow still echoes far. Then Lobelia Greyfang appears, saying, "I knew you'd come back to me." "Auntie, auntie, come and see," chimes Dawnusk. "How bad a bruised Pelari be. By Mistwalker's fang and claw and spear, all are encaged in pain and fear." Lobelia observes the cage-riddled camp while in pained silence. I did not know. Elandra promised all life a chance to blossom. How could she do this to me? "This is not the way of spring," growled Lobelia with a distraught gait. "Has Elandra been taking me for a fool?" Convince Lobelia to join the Pelari struggle. With a pained grimace, Lobelia ponders her moral quandaries for what feels like the longest instance ever obliged upon Duatha. "Spring is the bloom after death's embrace," quotes Lobelia in humming song. "The hope of new life before the lengthening of days, the call to sprout and break the fast, for all living things to strengthen at last." Swallowing her hurts, Lobelia concludes. "Elandra urged us to break our fast unyielding, as befits the predator in spring, but this has crippled our game of its fair chance to repopulate. This befoulment of spring must end," announces Lobelia. "I renounce this perverse's disciple's mantle and shall join the Pelari cause." Oh, wait, okay, hold on. I was having to read this multiple times. So Lobelia will no longer be the disciple of Spring. She is now allied with Hambinger, and she is declaring war on the giant guy, Sorin, I don't think I know Sorin, and Arachna the Spider Lady. Okay, so she's joining my side, basically. So, bunch of food, bunch of stability. Let's do food. Okay, and we got someone over here trying to burn our stuff down. So let's do road building. So start heading over there. There's the 3 units that escaped. They have respawned. Tavern. To make the people happier, we will make them drunk. We don't have a single forester in here. I'll do 1 there. And Arcane Institute. And this city. Ooh. I never cleared out that rainbow clover. I didn't even see it. Alright, let's get farm, and then we... Yes. Yes. Research post. Let's get walls. Can't afford another hero. Met another faction. Okay, yeah, it's just some free city. Alright. End turn. Oh man, this sucks. They just keep like burning down all my stuff. Alright. Alright, so I've got 2.1 armies now. Do I want to spend mana on this stuff? Sure, we'll do bread for war. I feel like when it gives you all the notifications for what's going on at the start of your turn, the "you're being pillaged" should be like #1. Like that should be the first one it announces. But it's always the last one, and then sometimes you've already moved your armies and it's like, oh crap, I didn't know. I can't wait to play this in Total War Warhammer 3 without hitches on good graphic quality coming August, September. Have you heard about GeForce Now? Alright, rebuild that. Rebuild that. That got saved. Okay. Can expand. We want to surround the Fey Woods with foresters. Oh, they get slightly bigger. That's still making a unit. Oh yeah, we have like no draft there. That's why it's taking so long. Yo, Michaelis, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. Holy crap, it's already 2 p.m. I did not realize. This is such a 5 more minutes game. Okay. Oh, he must be a nomad city. He's doing that thing where he's destroying the nodes as he harvests them. Alright. Demonic Hunger Minor Race Transformation is done. do training regimen, which is a big boost to draft. Institute is done here. Let's do storehouse. Okay. All right. Oh man, this is definitely one of those things where it's like, man, oh my god, the map is so big. I was like, if I could start over, I could do so much better. It's like the Wizard King, the main thing that he does is it lets you cast twice per turn in battle by using these cooldowns over here. And I have not had the mana to even cast once every turn in battle, so it's like I've literally never used that a single time. So like any other ruler would have given me more benefits up until this point by now. Yeah, and these are all spells, not abilities. Yeah, so the culture I picked honestly has not been a big deciding factor because at the beginning it gave us like 10 or 15 free troops of random cultures. So it's not like we've been playing with an army made from our culture up until this point. Like that war golem we got on turn 1 has been like our main carry. But I think the Wizard King has hurt me more than anything else. But all right, cool. I do feel like I have a foothold. So we've got one city underground here, and these walls cannot be broken through. So this city is just going to be providing that much income the whole game. And they can't get to it without going through here, which is right by this city. So, you know, we got this city going, and then we got another one over here giving me a bit of income, and we did defeat one enemy here, which is in the underground top right, and they're our vassal, so they're giving us income, and they will mess with our enemies a little bit also. So we've got a good foothold, but we did suffer a lot of military losses, losing the second hero and army. So gotta kind of just like continue to bunker down and then start trying to take these guys out. We do have allies, you know, so the allies I mean, they could die. The allies could die and, you know, make the situation even worse, but there's also a chance that they could help us out and make it better. So we're going to save it here. We will continue with this one, but typically at the end of these story games, you know, when you go into the next story chapter, you can continue playing the same guy or roll like a different one. I will absolutely be rolling a different one. Absolutely. We'll save it there and pick it back up from this spot next time. All right, chat. Thanks for hanging out with me this morning. I hope you had fun. A few plugs on the way out. If you're new here, name's Muck. I stream every evening and every weekday morning. I will be back in about 5 hours if you wish to hang out with us later tonight. Hit the follow button if you're on Twitch or subscribe if you're on YouTube. There's links to my YouTube channels in the chat, and a very special thank you to our patrons. They keep this channel alive. Could not do what I do without their help, and there's a link to that in the chat if you're interested in being a supporter. Shilling complete. Thank you for listening. I'm going to find someone to raid on the Twitch side of things. Let me see who is live. Noxxi's live. I'll raid Noxxi. Noxxi. Oh, she's playing Baldur's Gate 3. Ooh. Don't give her any spoilers. I don't know if they have finished it yet. So I'm going to go see Noxxi. You guys have a good one, and I will be back this evening. See ya.